Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? OZD1 and Xvision. How are you guys doing? Xvision, don't you want to give me a quick translation of that? Are you asking, can I do a tutorial on Kick and Bass in Cubase using native plugins, not with Serum? Or are you asking for one with Serum? Because I have done quite a few with Serum. Anyway, so haven't really planned anything tonight. I just felt like streaming something a little bit informal. I'm just gonna make some chill out, some chill out type of stuff. I do have something prepared here, just a couple of like loopy type things, pad, some drums. But yeah, I'm gonna try to flesh it out into a little bit more of a, little bit more of a comprehensive chill out track because it's a little bit bare bones. I'm thinking I want to work on like a main lead melody type of thing, and maybe a bass line. But I'm still not sure, where to kind of take this. So yeah, if you guys have like ideas or whatever, just shoot in the chat. Like particular things you want me to maybe add to this track, or things that you think might work or not work. Yeah, just give me ideas. I'm still not sure, like, if I want to do like an electronic drums kind of thing, or more of like a traditional drums kind of thing. I did put in like something here from Spitfire Labs, their like drums plugin. Um, but I'm thinking maybe more of like an electronic kick might suit this a little bit better. But yeah, we're gonna see where things go here and just kind of go with the flow. Oh yeah, I've got the 303 locked and loaded. Don't you worry about that, son. Do you reckon that's too low? I think like going a bit higher and then like removing some frequencies with the EQ might be a better idea, because then we kind of still get like a less of a kind of muddy sound. what do you guys think? The electronic kind of drums or these traditional kind of drums? Should I start putting in like more of a kind of type of kick? Or do you guys think this kind of groove is cool? Trying to figure out like why no matter what happens, it like doesn't seem to like sound right, but it's because there's a chord playing there which has a G sharp, so it kind of like creates this tense note, and I'm like trying to put in a G because the next one after that is a G sharp because that kind of sounds cool. So I'm kind of stuck here. What note will work? Let me break down this chord. Like, what is this actually? Because the D sharp didn't work there either. I'm confused. I'm missing the chat. How's it going? Hey, Data Broth. Yes, true. Everyone should smash that like button. Thank you so much, dude. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see. 100 years of theremin homage. Totally, man. Totally. Needs more cowbell. Exactly. Would you do some time reacting to your subscribers' songs? I feel like those kind of like quick react videos, there's not much. I'm kind of more of an analytical person than a just like, oh yeah, it's Kif bro kind of, so I would like to actually like break things down and actually spend time with it. So I do that type of thing, but generally only for my like, I've got like a Patreon inner circle type of thing. So I do track feedback for like the Patreons and stuff, but I generally spend more time like piecing it apart. It's not just like straight off the bat, okay, that sounds cool, that sounds this or that, I find it's a little bit more constructive that way, because then you can actually like follow the progression of how that specific track is like coming along, Organic foliage to go along with the drum beat. Foliage, like plants and stuff. Shrubs, beautiful little trees. We're gonna do some Bob Ross up in this. Gonna put some little trees, some beautiful little mountains, and some foliage. Good morning. It's the evening here in South Africa. Whereabouts are you, Baz? America, if it's the morning? or Australia? Hey Zenabin, how you doing? Did you guys ever? I'm probably showing my age here, but do any of you guys remember actually like owning a VHS machine, and like when you recorded movies onto like a really old machine? Like a really old tape that you've like recorded over and over so many times. Then like you'd get to like the like critical part of the movie, and then everything would start going whoa, whoa like this. I made myself a smoothie here, but I made it way too damn thick, so I think I'm gonna have to go grab a spoon real quick. Also, whenever like it hits with the kick, it's a bit drastic. So I'm gonna try and isolate these like this tribal drum thing. Yeah, I'm also like digging the more kind of like chill out stuff. I think like there's kind of only so much in terms of like technical stuff you can push the envelope with Psytrance. And like for me, I'm trying to learn like stuff beyond that, like stuff like more rhythmic stuff and that kind of thing. And with Psytrance, you're kind of confined within the boundaries of like 4/4 beats and that kind of thing. So there's certain things you can do and certain things that you're kind of confined with. So I find like for myself, for learning new things and learning new techniques, which I can then apply to like my Psytrance tracks or apply to tutorials and stuff like that. I find that like these kind of like producing these kind of like chill out things end up being like the kind of most productive sessions. But I guess it's also because I've been producing just strictly Psytrance for so long that like I've kind of painted myself into a corner with the certain techniques and stuff that I do. So I think it's partly to do with the genre, but also partly like myself, like confinement, you know what I mean? Lemon Chill. Dash, do you think chill out is getting more popular nowadays? No, I think it's always been, every single festival I've ever been to has had a chill out floor. So I think it kind of comes hand in hand. I mean, if you look at Spangle, the classic example of like Psy chill out, they've been making stuff since as long as I think they've been making as long as Simon Posford has been making Psytrance. So I mean, maybe a little bit later than that, but I think the chill out scene has kind of always come hand in hand, you know. I don't think it's coming any more popular and stuff. I think now what I'm seeing is a lot more Psytrance producers producing chill out and stuff. Obviously with lockdown and COVID, there's a lot less festivals, so people are feeling less inclined to make, head banging, fist pumping, rolling bass tunes for a festival, and kind of more themselves like experimenting with technical stuff and pushing the envelope and stuff. So it's something I've noticed a lot more people are creating a lot more producers are creating chill out, but I don't think the genre itself is any more popular than it was, because I think it's one of those things which has always kind of gone hand in hand with the Psytrance scene, Oh yeah, I was gonna go grab a spoon for my incredibly thick smoothie. I'll be right back. Oops, wrong button. It's not the intro. Anyway, I actually think like a rim shot kind of thing might be cooler than a snare for this type of thing. Where were we though? Let me see. Okay, no new comments, I think. If I do miss anything, you guys can just like at me in the chat and then I'll definitely see it because it'll pop up in red. think I want to separate the kick. Maybe we can have like a electronic kick, but going to like the same kind of groove as this, if that makes sense. So let's just see. Mute these guys. I'll probably just use a sample. I reckon it's going to be easiest. I think a Psytrance kick might work because it's like a Psytrance vibe. G. Yeah, that can work. That sounds nice. No, too much. Okay, where is that? That's nice. Here's another really cool trick to put something like, I guess this works with Ableton's beat repeat as well, but use something like, I'm going to use Chris Glitch because obviously I don't have Ableton's beat repeat, but you use it as like a send on some of your drums tracks to create these kind of like, I guess Aphex 20 kind of IDM type drum breaks. Let's just call this drum breaks. And then we can send like some of our drum tracks through to that, and it's going to kind of like add this like glitchy layer on top. We can maybe apply some stereo stuff or all sorts of things to that afterwards. Okay, so I don't want the crash to go through to that, so maybe we can separate the crash here as well. I'll just use a sample. Gagarin Project. That's a cool name. Do you think that chill out is getting more popular nowadays? No. I did answer the question a little while ago. I don't, for various reasons. I think it's kind of always been very popular, but I think just more producers are kind of like noticing it now because they're spending more time in the studios and not at parties, fist pumping. RNG's in the house. Totes. Zwei is asking how much of the last Modular Jam was in the DAW. So I don't know if you guys noticed, I had that like launch pad just to the right of that keyboard. I had 4 layers of audio loops in Bitwig. One doing drums, like kicks and drums, and then other one doing bass sounds, and then sound effects and synths. And then I had like all these MIDIs that correlated to specific parts in the track, and those MIDIs were sending out to the modular. So say for example I had a main lead in a track, I could like mute that but then have the same like MIDI going out to the synth, so I could like chop and change between like, okay, it's either the synth that I programmed like in the studio, or I can quickly create it on the fly, you know, or like a new sound, if that makes sense. So the cool thing about the reason why I do it like that is quite often because like live patching and stuff is it's like rolling the dice. You know, sometimes the sound will work, sometimes it won't work. And having like the backup of the sound that you've already kind of programmed that works, that, you know, if everything just bombs, you can be like, okay, I'll play that sound, if that makes sense. But then each of the layers had like effects on, so I was like programming, like tweaking effects and stuff on each of the layers as well. So I guess a lot of it was kind of on the fly, but it was like, how can I say, prearranged chunks of music. So like the MIDIs, I had kind of like pre-thought out to work with specific drum beats in specific keys and that kind of thing. So I guess it was a lot of planning to be able to kind of pull that off. But the cool thing about it now is I kind of want to be able to, I want to make like chill out tracks in most keys so that I can kind of play a beat and then sequence something on top and maybe create something totally new, or excuse the dogs. I think somebody's walking their dogs like straight past my gate, so they're getting triggered. So yeah, then I can kind of create stuff on the fly in specific keys and stuff, and then have like a kind of set that can kind of just grow completely each time. Lemon Chill, how many times during production you accidentally stumble upon a sound or sample that later becomes a full track? Quite often. So I do a lot of, like, I split up my kind of production processes. So I will basically do a lot of like creating presets and that kind of thing. I try not to create too many presets in the production process because that kind of like slows it down. So I will often create new sounds that in the context of the creation don't sound as much of like a hook as when I've got like a track going and I'm like feeling it and I'm like, okay, put this preset in and it just works and it's like, okay, kiff, you know. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Do you see Bitwig as an alternative to Ableton or as something entirely new? Yes, it's very much an alternative. For me, it's basically like the perfect alternative because I don't get along really like well with the Ableton's like mixer and the way that the plugins work and stuff like that. And I kind of like the way that Bitwig's interface is a lot more malleable. You can kind of change it to suit a kind of traditional DAW. Ableton's very different if you're coming from DAWs before that, but if it's the first DAW you've ever used, then it's quite it's not as difficult to grasp because they do quite a few things quite differently to other DAWs. But Bitwig is kind of like the halfway mark, so it's really cool. There's a lot of stuff that's basically the same as Ableton, but also it's still very similar to other traditional DAWs. Yeah, if you're going to get into like hardware and modular stuff, there's a couple of things that does make Bitwig a little bit of a better alternative. Are you considering Bitwig? I've got it, dude. I use it for my kind of like live jam type of things. Reason being is that you can kind of create a project with specific like clock time offsets and that kind of thing. So if you're using a lot of hardware stuff, Ableton and Cubase and some of the other DAWs can get a little bit finicky. But Bitwig, you can kind of sync each channel in a project. You can kind of change tempo offsets and things like that. So it's really, really, it's next level for hardware live stuff. Jason Brody 303, have you ever listened to Zero Cult Dude? Makes some amazing chill, lots of inspiration from there. I have not. Roman, why do you prefer Cubase over Bitwig? A couple of reasons. I feel like the kind of like bare bones audio editing capabilities, nothing really stands close to Cubase. I don't really want to get into the massive DAW debate again, but just the ability to kind of like chop a piece, reverse it, or process envelopes and that kind of stuff and do all sorts of crazy things. It's very quick, very intuitive. The way that MIDI editing and programming works just works a lot better for me. But the thing is, something that I've kind of like said a few times, like if I were to start producing music like today and have never, I had never produced or never used a DAW before, my choice would probably be Bitwig. But I'm just kind of so ingrained in Cubase, there's certain things I would struggle to kind of get around in my workflow. Specifically like the audio editing stuff, like I do a lot of that, you know, fades and micro editing stuff. Like you can often, like with the other stuff, you can do it, but it's just not as fluid in terms of how just the programs work and stuff. If travel is permitted to Goa for New Year's Eve and flight restrictions are dropped with enough lead time to plan a party, would you be up for Goa meet-up party? Yeah, totally. Did you get a chance to listen to that lead line in Astral? I didn't yet, unfortunately. Cubase has some really cool features that I wish Bitwig had, especially with printing stuff to audio. Yeah, totally. I think in terms of like, it's, if you're looking at it from like a sort of all-encompassing music program, like for mastering, micro editing, and audio, like vocal editing and that kind of stuff, Cubase is the one. It's got so many little things that most people, even like the score editing and the fact like the spectral layers and that kind of stuff, it's mind-boggling how much stuff is actually in there. So in terms of like the all-encompassing audio software, Cubase is the one, but for music production, it's a difficult choice because you don't often need all these extra things. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Often it kind of gets, it's that, what's it called? Option fatigue or something. When there's so much you can do that often the choices become overwhelming. There's a word for that. But it's very much a thing with Cubase, actually. Often, like, if I open up Bitwig, it's like, okay, just put this device in, put that e-kick in, and you've got, like, a little thing going within a few minutes, you know? So simplicity is also the key, I think, nowadays. But, again, like, I'm so ingrained with the way it works. That's an awesome testimonial for Bitwig. Clip it. I don't know if you can even clip on YouTube. Introduce some trumpets. That could work, hey? I'm thinking maybe we can start looking at like some of the UVI World Suite stuff. I think that could work as well. I don't know if they've got trumpets, but they've got all sorts of spangly things. Limitations are your best friend. They teach you to adapt. Someone once said, yeah, totally. Yeah, that thing you said. Let's make some deep squelchy things. You can't make psychedelic music without deep squelchy things. One of my favorite ways to do it nowadays is to kind of like create a saw wave. And then do all sorts of things to it. But so let's see. So wait, I'm gonna have to pitch this to G. Boom. We're gonna need quite a low saw wave to get like a squelchy thing going, I think. Yeah, that should be good. So let's just see here. Some macaws and the use of paw stretch. Ah, somebody recognized some of the samples in that in my live set. Proper macaws from the deepest of Africa. So, if you pitch a saw wave down really low, it creates like a beating effect, and we can create like a rhythmic type of thing using like a random on the pitch to kind of like change the speed of that kind of beating effect, or to change the pitch of the oscillator, which will then change the kind of speed of that beating effect. But what we want to do is we want to transpose it so that no matter what happens, it's always going to kind of like play the correct note. Every Psytrance track ever. Okay, so let's actually just put a random on there for now. Actually, I want to show you guys a little trick. So, because there's so many people that are like, oh, but you know, Vital doesn't have a 48 dB, blah 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 filter. Let's set a macro. Wait, no. First, I want to disable, so it's like at 0 semitones, and then set a filter to control this, and then let's just set a random to control a macro to control the filter, and then a random to control the macro. Sorry, I'm getting confused, guys. Let's set another one to control the resonance. And then here, if we add another filter and just run the first one through the second one, also set this back to 0, bandpass 24. And if they're like being modulated by the same thing, it's now 48 dB. Extra croaky. Or we could create like a formant thing by not routing them through each other, by tapping oscillators there and then slightly offsetting them. Okay, it's a little bit unruly, but what could be cool is if we like render this out and then put little chops in. Oh, was that on audio the whole time? I'm so sorry. Let's go lower. Yep, you're right, bro. Big oof. The big oof meter has hit 11 dBs. I could just listen to this for days, creating random, again, tipper stuff. This sounds like me after a dodgy carry. No, dude. This is like if the Boston Dynamics offices order Uber Eats a dodgy curry, then the toilets will sound like this for a few days. Now the trick is, I guess, to like try and fit these into like a groove. See which ones are kind of like on the beat, which ones aren't. Throw it in a sampler, and the trick where you speed it up faster and faster. I was thinking we could just be lazy and get I'm actually just going to chop a bit. Cubase has like a thing where you can like take a sound and hit point it, so it like chops it. You can basically set the threshold, and then it like chops it at every kind of like increment. So it makes it a lot easier for doing these types of things. For some reason, it's not like chopping those. It's not working today. Okay, maybe I need to normalize it first. Is this, yeah. I think I need to get it a bit louder so I can register the hit points. Still not. Maybe they're like too quick. Maybe that's why. And you can even like quantize these, for example, these hits, so then it'll like create a groove out of certain hits in that melody or in that progression. Do you want Vital to do your taxes or something, bro? What do you mean? Do you mean as like a wavetable? Because I don't believe it's got like function-based wavetable generating. I might be wrong. Databroth is actually probably the best person to ask about that. But unless, or do you mean like in terms of like a function generator, like an analog function generator, like put LFO in times value by this, get more drastic LFO out? Do you mean that kind of thing? I think now that I've split the kick, we can do like a traditional sidechain rather than that like timed LFO tool thing. Squelchy thing's too loud, bro. Do you even make psytrance, dude? Yeah, you're right. They are way too loud. It's like often a thing, like you get trapped like while you're making a thing. Stop. Stop it. You need an additive synth to do your taxes. Oh my god, dude. More like subtractive. I actually have a sound here, like a vocal chant thingy that I ripped from the Falcon World Suite. I want to see if it actually works. Do you have any video on how to do build up with drums? Do you mean like psytrance-y kind of build up? Or do you mean like a drop, kind of like drum fill kind of thing? What is it about Cubase that you like? I have used it in the past, just never got on with it. I just get on with it. It's one of those things, I guess, it's like so hard to like, you know, if you ask an artist what their favorite medium is, like oil painting or acrylic painting or whatever it is, like they won't be able to tell you why they chose oil painting. It's just the medium that stuck with them, you know. Build-ups with kicks and snares. Separate it from your regular one. Put it on a little sampler track, and then just do like 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then double time 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then double that time, and then just keep like double timing it, and then put like a filter on it or something, and slowly introduce a reverb, and you have every psytrance build-up ever. Are you serious? That's why I was saying I learned more here than I did at Leeds Music College doing a degree. Holy moly. A little while, or not a little while, quite a while ago, quite a long time ago, I applied at a music college to be a lecturer. They had a job opening, and I was turned down. Can you believe it? And now I'm doing it for free online. Anyway. Yeah, it's practice, I think, more than anything. I think one of the reasons probably why you're learning more here than you did at college is I'm doing something that you're interested in. So like everything that I do, well, hopefully, like engages with you. So it's like these neurons are firing, like, oh, I can apply this to me. I can apply this to me. But I also had a similar thing when I studied audio engineering. A lot of the stuff never really applied to producing Psytrance, but afterwards, in like practice, things started to click. Like, oh, this is what a sine wave does when you phase cancel it, and like we had been explained like what phase cancelling was, but I didn't have an example of like a kick and a bass, and it's like, you know what I mean? They were explaining it in terms of like miking kick drums and that kind of thing. So for me, it was like, oh, goddamn, this is boring. I'm never going to mic a kick drum. I'm just going to synthesize it. Okay. It wasn't boring, but you know what I mean. Can I see that drum roll MIDI? It's split in between a couple of channels at the moment. So like this is just like the sort of main thing without the kicks, snares. So it's like, I think that's hi-hats and toms. Then this is the kick here. And then we've got a rim shot over here. Is that a giant pot of mousse chocolat? It's not. It's a fruit. It's strawberries, blueberries, bananas, a couple of other things, chia seeds, mashed up into a smoothie. But I made it too damn thick, so I have to use a spoon to get at it. Yo, bro, fucking caning a chocolate mousse that big? No, dude. Like, I dig chocolate, but I think anyone would probably pass out after that. Free synth with Moog style filter that has phase sync ask to note. Vital, dude. Vital is a free synth that has a Moog style filter and it has phase sync oscillator to note. It does. I can confirm it. That's true. It's way more specific the way you do for the things I want to do, at least. Yeah, totally. I mean, like, it's another thing. Like, I mean, you know, at school, for example, everyone says like, oh, I don't know why you got to learn maths, and I don't know why you got to learn all this other stuff that you learn at school. But like, you know, later on in life, you start to be like, oh, okay, this is why. You know, things start to click when you apply them to your life. You know. At school, I took photography as a subject, but back then it was like literally, okay, again, I'm showing my age, but it was like those flippin' crank cameras. We didn't have digital cameras back then. So like the stuff I learned, like I could never apply it to like photography, making videos like what I do now. But, you know, as I'm starting to like get more into it, I'm like, oh, okay, starting to like apply certain things that I had learned back then to whatever. You know how it goes. Gabriel Macedo, great to see somebody using Cubase for EDM. It's not every day we see this. Totally, man. It's Ableton all the time. But yeah, I've been using Cubase since the early days. SX 2.2, I think it was, when we didn't have an undo function. also have a degree in electrical engineering. Oh, thank you, man. That means a lot. You're 100% super talented, way beyond the level of a lecturer from one of UK's top music colleges. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very much highly appreciate that. Okay, I gotta take a quick break to run to the bathroom real quick. And yeah, so I'll loop this for a second and we'll see you guys shortly. Dude, no undo function. People don't know the struggle of not having an undo function in your DAW. People are like, oh, Vital doesn't have an undo. But it's like, dude, come on, man. Just save a patch. Like, have you heard of that? Like, saving patches. Goddamn. It's like rocket science. Anyway. see. Am I missing anything here? Smash like if you think Dash Glitch is the prodigy. I'm not, dude. I swear. I didn't make Firestarter. I didn't ghost produce the prodigy. So, yeah. What are you guys thinking? What does the track still need? Where should we go with this? Should we start arranging it? Do you think it needs some other sounds? Let's maybe look at like some traditional Easterny type of things. The Falcon could be cool. Let me maybe ease up on some of these synths that are live here. See what we have here. What are we feeling? Type. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Anyway, what are we feeling today? Should we search by the region or by type? Maybe we should go with like a string type of thing. Ukrainian, Turkish. Jeez, there's like too many options here again. No, because it's late in the evening now, and shops probably closed, and there's no chocolate in my house, so you guys can mention it as much as you like. India. Okay, let's go region. Let's do specifically like Indian instruments. Yes, this bank. Oh my gosh. It's so sick. It's like little things that like you miss from like synthesizing sounds, like these like articulations when like the note slides from one to the other. Like you can hear like the plectrum kind of like knocking stuff. It's amazing. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed, like from my streams and stuff, I like have a tendency to play things like just before the note. So like I'm an early player, and it always quantizes things like the 1/16th before. It's pretty funny. Positive vibes only. Are you talking about the DAW that I'm making all the music in, or are you talking about the thing that's just doing that sitar sound? Hey, you guys know me too well, eh? Dotted 8's time. Again, exactly a 16th early. Have you tried Nexus 3? I have not, but to be honest with you, I wasn't a fan of Nexus 2. And it doesn't look like all that much has changed. It just looks like a bunch of new presets. So, in terms of like sampling or samplers, and that kind of thing, the Falcon is like the be all and end all. A lot of people say, it looks like Kontakt and stuff like that, and it is it is very similar to Kontakt, but without certain like limitations and things like that. But just because it's like it's not only just like a sampler and that kind of thing, it's a complete like synth engine, and it's pretty crazy. You can set like different synth patches for key tracking different stuff, and it's too much to go into for a quick explanation, but Falcon is the one. Yeah, it's just a sampler, I think. And I don't believe you get like I can't make patches for it, you know what I mean? Whereas with Falcon, like I can make patches for Falcon and supply them to my Patreons and stuff, so Oh yeah, we have the trumpet, Spongle time. No, it's not, to be honest with you. Falcon is pretty damn expensive and it doesn't really come with that many patches, so then you gotta like buy the expansions and stuff, so it's like, yeah. Falcon versus Contact. To be honest with you, I'm pretty pissed off with Contact because it's like they updated to Contact 6, and since then, like all excuse me. What is this guy talking about? Hold on a sec. I've gotta moderate my chat real quick. Where was I? Yeah, it's pretty damn expensive. But I'm annoyed with Contact because in Contact 5, like I had a bunch of like free demo, what are they called? Not ensembles. Ugh, just excuse my dogs real quick. I'll be right back. Let me just check what's happening there. Where was I? Yeah, I'm pretty pissed off with Native Instruments because they've updated Contact to Contact 5. Sorry, from Contact 5 to Contact 6. And what they did was, like, all free Contact libraries that you have, like, no longer work. So, well, they have, like, a timed thing. So you have to actually own Contact. And I don't own Contact. I just had Contact Player because I had a bunch of, like, free libraries that I would use. Specifically, there was this one called Shreddage. There's like a free version of it, which is a super good sounding electric guitar. And now, since Contact 6, like I can't use the free version without actually buying Contact. So it's a complete rip. So now what I do is I just like open Contact Player, load the guitar thing, render out some stuff, and then close the plugin. Like, yeah, and like worst of all, so like, say for example, if I make a contact library and I want to give it to my Patreons for free, I'll have to pay for a license from Native Instruments so that my Patreons don't have to have that 15 minutes time thing, stupid fucking shit, excuse my language. It's the most stupidest thing. They basically said like, nope, we don't want any sound designers making stuff for our program. We're going to completely lock it in, so everyone has to pay us. It's a completely ridiculous thing. They're basically trying to make money off sound designers, not off the actual people that are buying the product, which is such a weird business move, because what they're doing is they're basically saying, okay, no, we don't want people to make sounds for our staff. We'll rather do it ourselves, and then they don't release any great libraries. So, or I guess that's taste. It's debatable, you know. But anyway, it's a complete polar opposite to something like Falcon, which is like completely open. Like I can make patches, and you guys can load it in your stuff, and it'll work. Something like Vital, which is like free, and they encourage people to make patches for it, and it's anyway, weird business tactics from the big guys. I don't understand it. Dude, totally. Native Instruments is I wouldn't be surprised if they were bought out by like EA Games or some funky shit like that. Some holding company that is like owned by EA Games, because that's totally their thing. Like, oh yeah, have free Contact Player, but now you must buy all the DLC, and anybody who's making the DLC needs to pay, and it's what a shit show. Non-fungible tokens. Has that got something to do with fungi? Mushrooms? Have you guys ever seen like a Spangle live show? Unfortunately, I've never seen it in person, only on like videos and stuff. But like on Roger Ram's table, he's got all those like trumpety things. It's like this thing, and what was that other thing? Was it this thing? Yeah, he's just got a table full of these like trumpety things. It's pretty funny to watch. Since when is the Jaws harp Indian? Isn't this thing Australian? Oh, this could be interesting, like random ceramic bowls. That is totally how they made that intro, Museum of Consciousness. Something like that. So here what I'm doing is I'm randomizing the velocity, and that obviously because of these, they're like sampled at like different velocities. So when you hit it softer, it's like a different sample, like literally a different sample of the dude hitting the ball. So when you give it some of this like random velocity, it creates this like ever moving pattern. Sounds much more realistic that way. And yeah, also another thing about Falcon is you've got these like not follow actions. What are they called? Key actions or whatever it is. Crucify me in the comments as much as you want for forgetting the term. But what it allows you to do is like switch between the states at which these are being played. So for example, let me just see which note it is. You can like hold down this note and it'll be a sustained thing. And then if you hold down this note, it like mutes it. So you can kind of use that in the progression. So now we just need to program in some of these and we should be good there. like doesn't have the lower octave of that, if only. Have you tried the duck? Is that some sort of like recipe for duck? Or do you mean the duck? Is that an instrument here? What region is that in? Well, I'm missing it here. And we don't want Indian percussion. Yeah, flutes. Let's maybe try some more Rajaram stuff. Oh, how cool is that? It's got that like slightly out of key overtone when you like hit too hard, and it's like exactly what happens with the flute. When you like blow too hard, you get this like honk kind of sound. Oh, it's a woodwind instrument as well. Okay, cool, cool. We're still on that Rajaram tip. I'm still not feeling that one. We haven't quite found like the true Rajaram wind instrument. Maybe it's the duduk. Maybe Uncle Butt knows his Maybe he knows the secrets. Maybe Roger Ram has let Uncle Bud in on the secrets. Duduk. There we go. That's the one. I think I've used this before. So that nice like wiggle. It's okay if it like distorts, like square waves. Obviously, like when the guy blows it, like the little reeds are like hitting the tip of the extent of like the physical object, and that's what creates that kind of like square wave sound. Yeah, I'm getting a very Zelda / Studio Ghibli tip on the sound. Do you have a Zuma or Ney library? I do not. World Suite come with Falcon, or is it a separate purchase? It's a separate purchase. Don't quote me on this. I might be wrong, but I believe you can use World Suite with Workstation, which is their kind of like free player. So you don't necessarily have to buy Falcon to use World Suite, but maybe just double check that. A lot of their libraries, you don't need Falcon. It works just with Workstation. But some of the libraries which have like the actual synth elements, like actual like synth like wavetable things, then those may not work outside of Falcon. But on the page, like it'll tell you whether it works in it or not. Maybe we should go for some. What's that thing? Hand pans. Those are percussive. What? Maybe it's key. Am I missing it? Wait, maybe it's here under bell. Here we go. What do you guys reckon? That last note, like on the beat or just before the beat? Databot, dude, it's totally worth Falcon. I know you will dig it, and you'll probably make the sickest tutorials because I know how you like piece stuff apart, and it's so deep. Like you can do anything with it. It's got like different engines, like an additive synth engine, a wavetable synth engine, an FM synth engine with different operators and stuff. Every type of synth engine you could ever imagine, specific analog synth engine, an analog unison stacked synth engine, all this stuff like built in, as well as some of the best granular capabilities, as well as some of the best multi-sampling and stuff. And you can also layer things, so you can have like you can kind of like, what's it called? Like on the lower octave, you can trigger an operator FM synth, and an upper octave, you can trigger wavetables and create insane patches like that, or mix oscillators with samplers and stuff like that. So it's the sound designer's dream plugin. But on top of that, if you dig any specific like thing, like I really like hand pan and that kind of stuff, and nothing really, I've never found something that has such a good hand pan sound. And those specific things, like for example in the Merkaba series of tutorials, like I really needed like a traditional I'm blanking now, that instrument, the long wooden didgeridoo. I needed a traditional like didgeridoo sound, and I couldn't find any libraries or anything that kind of like had different pitches and stuff. It is the bomb. Yeah, I know what you mean, hey. But I'm sure, like, contact them. I'm sure they'll make a deal with you, make a couple of videos, and, if it is something that you really want and you've had a look at, then chat to them. Why are some MIDI notes cyan and some orange? Oh, okay, because it's just I've got this in this different mode here. So Cubase has different coloring modes. So like you can see how things visualize. So for example here, if you set it to scales and chords mode, if I put in, okay, wait, it's not enabled. So if I open the scales assistant over here, why is it not opening? Oh wait, here on the side. I'm being silly now. It's late in the evening. It like shows you what notes correlate to the scale depending on like what you input here. So if it's like out of scale, it'll be like a different color or whatever. But I don't use those. I was just, I think, doing it for a video or for an explanation, and it's just been set to that. I generally have it set to pitch, just because it's easier to see, like, okay, a C, C sharp, etc. Oh, it's so good, man. Jeez. I see for Cyan Channel just chilling, waiting for you know it, bro. You know, always keep a 303 ready to pop. What? Holy shit, guys. 83 likes. Are you serious? That's insane. I don't think I've got that many likes on a live stream ever. Maybe we can get 100. Who knows? Smash. Let's see if we can get 100. Okay, I think we've put too much stuff in here. Now what we need to start doing is looking at arranging it a little bit sensibly, using the different parts, different spaces. I can't even believe I've been streaming for 3 hours and feels like I'm only just getting into this track, but I am getting a little bit tired, so don't know how much longer I can go, but we'll see. But yeah, I do need to quickly make a bathroom run. So I'll just let this loop and then 84, what? 85, what? Oh shit, son, I thought you were talking about the BPM. It's like, no, let's keep it at 85. 91, okay, well, let me go to the bathroom. If we can get 100 by the time I get back, yo, that'll be insane. Okay, let's see. Let's start making sense of this mess. We don't have any like sound effects except for the squelchy thing. No crashes, no obligatory vengeance, white noise rises. Are we even producing tonight, guys? What's happening here? My plan. I don't really have a plan for now, but generally speaking, like when I've got like a nice groove going, I think we should actually make a couple of like effects. Maybe just like put a crash or splash type of thing in the beginning to signify a bar, and then like a reversey white noisy type of thing leading up to the end of the bar. But then generally like what I do is I start working backwards. So I'll put in like a ruler track and let's see kind of like how far along we are. We're like 3 minutes, and then kind of like work backwards, figure out like which parts work with which parts, and then just kind of like juggle things around a little bit. You know what could be cool in here is like a kind of talk backy kind of delay. Because it's kind of got like a bluesy guitar kind of thing going on. So we can try make like a really fast another idea is to kind of like work backwards, duplicate what we've got, remove some things, see kind of like what works the best, you know. I generally work with like twos, like remove two things and then kind of juggle between these different parts. You'll see what I'm talking about. I forgot we still got these synths, yeah. Uncle Bart, will the stream be on YouTube? Yep, as always. It'll be available forever. Oh yeah, Uncle Bat is a subscriber. He's a long-time subscriber. Don't you worry. Thank you though, Strange Delight. Everyone else who hasn't yet should definitely subscribe. And if you haven't yet, let's make it 100 likes. That'll be super awesome. I don't think I've ever had this many likes during a live stream. 96. Can you believe it? We did it, guys. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? Yassi, you guys are fucking awesome. You made my day. I'm going to be right back. We'll see you guys shortly. what's up, dude? Still streaming. I know, bro. Can you believe it? 3.5 hours. Wowzers. Wowzers. I'm getting pretty damn hungry, though, so I'm probably going to call it soonish. Let's maybe say another 30 minutes or so. Let's see how time flies. If I've missed any questions, please just at me, and it'll pop up nice and red, and I'll definitely see it, and it'll be much easier, because I'm getting a little bit carried away here. So I'm just going to create some reverbs and transitions and sound effects and stuff to add into what we've got here, and start fleshing out a full track. was feeling a little bit on the beat, so I'm going to try skip the grid a few times here in the track and just see if it kind of like breaks the progression too much or if it still has like a nice flow. Because often these things can actually introduce a little bit of excitement, you know, because when you're like expecting it to drop, then it doesn't, has a little roll and then drops, if that makes any sense. I think specifically before these like chorusy drops, like these main sections, like this one and this one, I think we can maybe skip it again there. Let's just see how it flows. I'm not quite sure. Like, I'm still in two minds. Like, the skipping. Uncle Bat, did you use particular Soundbank or VST for those drums? The like acoustic, like drums, like like I'm a drummer drums. Those are using a thing called Spitfire Labs, which is a free plugin. The cool thing about it is it got these like rolls. So you can get quite a lot of articulation out of the sound, and it's a very simple plugin and it's free. So yeah, it's pretty cool for getting these kind of like traditional drum kind of sounds, if that makes sense. Okay, we talk about this meme real quick. If you guys haven't seen it, I did share it on a few things, but in case you haven't seen it yet, fucking hilarious. Oh no, did I just kill something? No. Sound engineers will dead ass look you in the eyes and say some wild shit like this mix is too chewy, man. You need more of a milkiness. Like, okay, Chef Ramsay. Oh my gosh, I love Chef Ramsay, for those who didn't know, by the way. Oopsie, what did I use for the kick? A Psytrance pack, Camphor Audio. I believe it's made by Protonica. I have talked about it a few times. But yeah, that's like a Psytrance kick tuned to G. Yeah, I think I'm all for that, like, grid skip, hey? I think I'm all for that. Kind of like adds a little bit of tension onto it. Maybe we can even skip the grid like a little bit longer on this one. Just like play with that kind of like idea a little bit here. That just adds like a nice little extra bit of tension there. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but it like draws on that kind of like release before the actual beat comes in. Yeah, I think that's really cool. This whole kind of like beat, the actual drum beat is kind of like written to kind of sound like everything is coming in a little bit early. So it's got, I think, what they call push. It's because like the snare is like slightly earlier than when you would expect it to play. And then having that like space before the next bar kind of drops in kind of like allows the brain to kind of like reset and then again, if you know what I mean. It's kind of like the whole time it's kind of rushing ahead and then it relaxes and then comes in again. You see, it's like the rim shots are actually a little bit early than what you would expect, like from a regular beat. Oh, it's not just the beat that I delayed in this part. I actually shifted the entire track. So you see, like here, the track starts and it's on the grid, and then in this kind of like chorusy section, it's one kick after the grid, if that makes sense. And then it plays on that same grid up until the next chorusy part, and then it skips 2 kicks. Let's just see how this flows. I'll be back in a sec, and then I'll probably give it another 15-20 minutes or so. We'll see how it goes. Jose Logic, thank you so much, man. Again, I think you gave me a super chat in my last stream as well. Thank you so much for the continued support. It really, really means a lot. Yeah. Thank you. I'd actually change the time signature of that part in the middle of everything, keeps on the grid. I'm not too, like, for me, time signature stuff is like still a bit strange. Like, I still need to get into that whole like polyrhythmic thing. So I still need to, I want to experiment a bit more before I kind of like flex live on stream, you know? Utopian Brain Farts. That's a very cool name. Incredible what you created in such a short time. I know, I can't believe it actually. I think it was just meant to be. You know, sometimes you just have those sessions which are just like bam, something amazing happens. Often if you rinse it too hard, then like it can kind of like destroy the kind of creativity, but I've kind of just like going with the flow here, letting things happen, you know, happy little accidents. You know, somebody asked for some beautiful little foliage just now, and I kind of just went with the Bob Ross vibe. What was that white noise sweep? I made it with Vital probably about 40 minutes ago or so in the stream, I think. Maybe we can make like one last sound for this track, like a dub siren, something super simple. I've already got some effects and stuff loaded up here. We can just send maybe like a simple pitch shifted saw wave or sine wave or something through some delays and stuff. Let's pitch it. So what we want to do is, let's say, go for like 2 octaves. Maybe we want to go down a bit and then go for 3 octaves. love that sound. If you love that sound, then you're a dub head, my friend. I hate to break it to you. You're a dub head. Joe Clues, that delay sounds insane. Yeah, man, Yuhi, anything Yuhi sounds insane. Their stuff, I don't know what it is about it, but they take time to make stuff that is just sounds amazing and super simple and easy to use. Obviously, they have like more advanced stuff, but they capture that kind of like beauty in simplicity, kind of like thing. Hive 2 synthesizer is a great example of like their stuff, because like no matter what I do with it, I can't make a sound that kind of sounds bad. Obviously, unless you kind of break things a little bit, but it's like one of those things that just almost always sounds great. Why? Well, often that's the case. I mean, I guess it's like sound design is a bit like vocabulary, or a bit like being able to draw certain things. You won't be able to do it, or you can't like conceive a thing if you've never done it before. So much like, when you speak a language, you don't understand what a word means unless you've spoken it, or it's been spoken to you, or you've used it like in a kind of like sensible context, so it's a very good idea to kind of just sit and play with things and create sounds and be like, okay, I want to make a squelch, and you kind of like pick it apart and understand how the squelch is made. Then you say, okay, I want to make a siren, and you pick it apart and figure out how it's made. Because then when it comes to the part, like when you're creating music and it's like, oh, I feel like this type of sound, you don't want to then go and have to look through 500 presets to find a sound that's going to fit, because by the time you're on preset number 5, other ideas are floating through your head and all sorts of stuff like that. So having a large sound design vocabulary is a great thing to do. Apart from making your own presets and having loads of presets, just understanding like what you want where is a very powerful thing, as you said. Yeah, guys, I think I'm going to call it. It's getting pretty late, so I'm just going to let this loop a few times. And yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been real. It was a really good stream. Thank you to everyone for smashing the likes. If you haven't yet, please do so. Thank you to Jose Logic for that very generous support. And thank you for everyone for the ideas and all sorts during the stream. I think this track is sounding dope AF. But yep, we'll see you guys soon. I don't know when I'll stream again, but yeah. Did you take pure mathematics at Abbott's College, Dash? No, I think in my day it was still like the old standard grade, higher grade type of thing. I started on higher grade maths, but to be honest with you, when it hit matric, it was a little bit too much for me. Not that I couldn't understand the stuff, it was just like the demands and the work was a little bit too much. I think that teacher just wasn't gelling with me. But yeah, so I did matriculate with standard grade maths. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna loop this a few times. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. We'll see you guys again soon. Cheers.